Well, hello there. Last week, I posted a piece on LinkedIn and I was offering a free portfolio review for students and juniors who want to break in the industry. This is something that I wish, as a self taught concept artist and designer, that someone would have done to me, as in offered such a thing. So I have some free time on my hands and I just decided to give back a little bit. And without further ado, I know you guys and gals had some questions about my mentorships and things like that. I'll address that towards the end. I do have mentorships because I mentioned it here somewhere. So these cannot be too much in depth, or else, you know, I don't provide a service anymore. But this is more like a community service, and I'm excited to meet and connect with you, fellow art enthusiasts. So let's start with Fabricio from Italy. And one thing I can tell about Fabricio right away is that he has a sense of an artist sense, like the way the end is posed, like it carries some emotion, it carries some drama. And no matter, like the lighting is very dark as well, like it's also crisp around here, and there's like some enigmatic tattoos. Everything everything's adding to a story, even if it just says it was a fun experiment. I really like this way that you're going. It reminds me of the work of Spider Zero. So, Spider Zero was my mentor in creature design at some point, and a lot of his creature designs carry this kind of tension and drama. It looks like he's going to fall off. It's more than just a character design, it's a narrative on itself and in himself. So, this is a good reference for you guys if you'd like to follow that. Like he's very, very good at this. And I really like what you're doing here. This is more like illustration. So the purpose of a concept artist is not really only to carry these kind of emotions and storytelling. That's just like the icing on the cake. Because most of the work of a concept artist is stuff like this. I wonder if I still have it or I deleted it because it's old work. Yeah. This work I done for Amnesia Rebirths, I think, yeah, my first serious job in the industry. And there's a lot of design elements, callouts to explain what things are, how they work, the materials, the ortho views for the 3D artist to understand what's going on, the way the gameplay and animation takes place with schematics, reference. There's a lot of research and a problem to solve in production. So it could be that things need to look clear for the 3D artists to take to production, or that the gameplay also needs to be solved to make sense along with the prop you're suggesting. So it's not usually, it's more, think of it as gameplay oriented problems, things that will happen in game development. Sure, story happens in game development like this that we saw here, and narrative too, but that's not the only thing. And that's one thing that I see most artists focusing on is like the element of inspiring the team. That's nice, but there needs to be an element of helping the team as well. um, it is not like you cannot have that in your designs too. This was a do-it-yourself style elevator that I've done for the same game, and this is like what you call it, a rear wheel of a car or a truck that the soldiers took to make the elevator, and that was the chains come into the wheel, and that was inspired by yeah, it's gonna, I'm not sure how it's going to sound, but my mom had this in a garden, and she used to store her hose to water the garden on something like this, a used wheel, and I thought that was very clever design solution. So yeah, shout out to my mom because like she designed the thing, or she was the reference for this. Um, yeah. Anyway, these are like the things that you can solve. There's another thing here that I needed to solve. That's like the copyright issue from Red Cross. So I redesigned the graphic design of the symbol, and story and narrative can add to that. say this is a horror game, so I make things very gritty and moody. But I think I've explained my point of view, so let's not talk about my portfolio and rather about your portfolio. But I think a lot of the portfolios I've seen so far are like this. Like they have lots of story going on. But if you want to stand out, like solve an array of problems, not just story. Story is important too, but this is beautiful, like the composition, the aesthetics, like the graphic design here. From a graphic design standpoint, it kind of looks weird to me that's following it this way. Um, but anyway, I'd love to see some reference for the wings to understand where the idea came from. In general, it's clear, like the armor designs, everything, but I'd love to see your thought process. Like the composition is very good, by the way. I love this, like this almost musical rhythm here. The colors as well. I actually opened Photoshop for a little bit, and maybe I'll do some paint overs. I said I'll not be able to, but you know. Excuse me while I fight Photoshop. It's not wanting to come into the scene. I don't know. It's shy or something. There we go. So beautiful presentation, as I said. Maybe something to stand out here will be adding a third color. So the focal point around the face stands out a bit more. And maybe these are just ideas because, right now your composition is very duotone, like has this plate and some golds, and maybe a third color around the focal point will help frame this in here. Could be that the story here is that the gem is like so powerful. I don't know. Let's just make it up that it's actually bringing her some kind of powers, and maybe it can also go there as like she's being one with the power there of the gem. I don't know, just some things to think about to improve this kind of story. One resource I usually like to follow, I garner a lot of ideas on Pinterest. I'm big on Pinterest. I really have fostered the Pinterest collection for a long while. And whenever I find some color palette that I find interesting, whether it's a photo or graphic design, something I saw on the street and I photograph it, I just save it. Like this looks very royal, or like some regal. Um, I don't know, for different feelings. And if I I know the kind of mood for the character that I have, I'll come into here and it's like I'm casting an array of actors for my scene. Like there's the whole lot of references I can take to add because hopefully all these pictures are individually are communicating a different message to each of you. So maybe you'll feel cold when you look at this because of the blues, or this even. So there are different emotions here, and the thing with emotions is like it's not quite clear. It's abstract, and you don't have to really be able to put it into your words because it's a dialect on itself. You just understand what it's transmitting, and you grab that into your image. So, for the context of this, and one way we could make or explore things, now I'm not sure which reference I'll pick. Let's just pick any. Let's just pick an easy one, even if it's not in context, or maybe it's not the idea that you thought for this character, but just so to illustrate what I mean. So if I wanted to focus on this one, I'll have darks like this. And maybe some grays like this. So I'll just overlap it in here. And that's the whiter one just coming from there. My pen tablet's not working, so I'm just doing this with the mouse for the time being. So it's taking a different narrative, and it's probably not the one that you thought about, but it's something that could help you with color and iterating the colors on your story, because now it looks like completely different. It could even be, to me, it just looks like a different faction. So that could be a way to style guide your characters going forward. Um, so yeah, thanks for sticking with me with this rather quick lesson on color. Let's actually make a better one. Let's not, because this is kind of strange. Because she seems quite regal to me. She seems like part of some kind of royalty faction. I don't know how to describe it. And this is actually the same mood. So I'm wondering if I can keep the whites that you already have here and like these blues that you already have here and just change them with the golds you already have too. Like it's good. So I'm wondering if you can translate this a lot better. Just making them more orange maybe. But that's one quick way to think about color. Because color is a huge message sender. And it's actually not a lot of a difference there. One way to think about silhouette here. Right now, things are looking a little bit like straight and linear, and I wonder if we could add some more rhythm. It's kind of like that how graffiti artists do. They do lots of great looking rhythms with the letters over the mural. So I'm wondering about. I really wish my tablet was working. I also don't want to delay this portfolio review a lot. So it's rough, but I think you get the gist of it. It can even be pushed further, to be honest. So one way to think about this is try to do something very gestural first, like very fast, and see if you can match up in the visual read of things. Because then you get these very nice rhythms that go up and follow, and these logs more to the focal point instead. And now it's also following up the rhythm of the knife. Same thing here. I wonder if you could do something. Again, I don't know the story of your characters, but so the colors might be just off. But the point is, I wonder if it could be bringing more attention to that set focal point. So, and again, this maybe doesn't make sense for your story. I don't know. But theoretically speaking, I think it could draw some interest there. It could also be emphasizing the venomous nature of the character, possibly. Hmm. I need to look to make it more consistent because this is too an abrupt of a change in temperature. So this is more like it. One thing that I notice here is that the armor is quite the same size everywhere. Everything is medium sized, and usually big shapes will look good next to small shapes. Instead of big shape, big shape. See the interest there? There's more of a rhythm there than there. So I'll try something here with that in mind. So now we have a bigger shape, medium shape, medium shape. It has some rhythm. I also want another thing is that to keep in mind is sometimes it's nice to have smaller shapes as well. Smaller shapes framing the bigger ones, like that. Same thing for here. I wonder about this. If you could have, excuse me, if you could have a better read again. like more a diagonal pushing there. So it pushes there and then there. Same thing here, sort of. I wonder if we could make it longer to overlap. Because again, things often look better when they overlap rather than they touch on a tangent like that. This is a tangent, and the clothes are like touching there. And usually in real world, that's very rare that it occurs. Things usually overlap on top of one another. So it would be more like hiding a little bit of that there, making it more natural. And also bigger, well, there's a smaller shape here. To improve this rhythm here as well. And I wonder about the smaller shape breakup that could be here. Usually we focus on the face first and then the hands. That's a primordial reason almost that it happens that when humans lived in tribes, they'd look at the person's face first to see who he was, and then if they were carrying a weapon or something. So we still live with that in us. If you notice that when you meet someone, you look at their face first, usually, and then their hands. So I wonder if that could carry there. So now our focal point also triangulates like that and it stays there. Because you don't want everything to be interesting. You don't want, and you understand here because you let things quite loose. So it's the same principle. You want one focal point, one protagonist, maybe a secondary character, and then everything else is like part of the composition. Again, with the big, medium, small theory, I wonder about this if you could have bigger shapes, small shapes, medium shapes, small shapes. Maybe like now it's doing a weird tangent, but I think this looks a little bit muddy. I have to check. It's good to have a reference. So there's a lot of color variation inside the snake's mouth. There's purples, there's pinks, there's reddish, there's whites. You see here, like, and in here is everything is mostly orange. And this is important because this is a focal point. This is a selling point of your character. So it's a shame, really, that it gets muddy there, or very monotone. Hope it's fun to see me struggling without a tablet. At least it's not been fun for me. Usually I'll just go in and paint this on top, but yeah. Let me see if I can at least get some color variation there. Mm, mm, mm. So art light usually allows me to model the things on top of a texture, so to retain your line work there or volume. I think that's the best I could do without painting. Let me see. And then repaint the saliva there for added effect. But basically, just had some color variation there. I understand things are quite dark here, but still, it feels kind of unlikely to me. This area doesn't get a lot of light, so it's normal that it's pale, just as it is in humans, unlike the outer skin. So usually you have to come here and redraw some of the shadow and things like that. But I think you get the point, and I also cannot stand to like spend a lot of time on just one piece and have to go other portfolios. But look, great graphic design here. I love the pointy shapes, the signaling, that kind of danger stuff. Here as well, like again for like the visual rhythms, could consider something like this, and I hope it's helping other people who are waiting their turn for the portfolio as well. So yeah, this is really good. I think you do have the skills. One thing you should consider is to have reference for your stuff, have your thought process for your stuff, because it's not clear to me. This is nice. Oh, there it is, the reference. That's good. Yeah, this is nice. Um, it would be now that you have the reference, there's something else that you could have. We should be like the process of the drawing itself, like the iterations. Why did you choose this kind of design? You have colors here. It's good to have some color variation, but I'd love to see design variation, different sets of armor, and so I could see why in the end you chose this one. I have some here. It's not to say that I do it very well or whatever, that I'm a point of reference, but um, and this is probably all the work. Right. So design variation here before I decided on this one. See, they're all very different. But for a medic character design, I ended up going with this one. Like it has four arms, it can shoot while handling out medkits around the shooting field. It just seemed more striking to me in from the distance, had more vibrant colors. The silhouette here as well was better, had more uh, contrast of soft and hard surface clothing, unlike the other ones. So design variation would be good to see how you think and what kind of sketches or designs I could expect from you in production. Your sense of story is strong, and it's clear to me you have skill in portraying. This is wildly different from everything else. um, yeah, it looks to me that you have skills. It's just a matter of refining, bringing design and story further into one piece. That's what I'd recommend to you, because it seems like you're improving on both, and that's where I see you going. Your older pieces are not anywhere close to how you're doing the work now. And I'd love to see your current creativity like this pushed into a purpose of design like that, or a gameplay oriented solution like I showed you before on my own portfolio, because you seem to have even playing fields when it comes to storytelling and design, and I'd love to see where that could go further. Maybe do a personal project where you could push further on both. um, this is a last minute thought. Maybe crop things like this. Like there's a lot of air here that doesn't really tell anything. Just, for pushing your skills further, you could consider photo washing. It's clear to me that the angle is slightly off. Like that in here, it's you can't see it very much, and you most people will be like, "What the hell is he talking about? The face is fine," but like the way this sits here in the 3D space, it's kind of like it will be more like here. The eye would end more like there, you know, which is not bad, by the way. Like it's fine, but because I studied so I did so many bust studies for a while, I'm more sensible to this kind of stuff. Um, Look, uh, what I recommend is pushing your skills further into other realms, such as photo wash. It does not seem like that's something you are doing, and it could help to just make your work faster. So I'm grabbing a few faces and showing you how I do stuff. I'm looking for sort of the same angles, sort of the same facial features, or close enough for me to bring some of that structure in. So you use effectively your painting with what's in the bottom. So it's going to be very hard to explain without a paint palette working, but essentially I'll try. It's like you use this painting here and specific features here from the face, from the photo. So for instance, the nose I feel is kind of working. This part here is kind of working. The way the mouth starts is kind of working for me. So I'll try to, like that is already an improvement in refinement. And then I get some free stuff like this hair here. It's like strands of hair, which could mean like she's on the battlefield. She doesn't really have time to tuck her hair behind a whole lot. And it's just a matter of finding other photos to complement that. Like sometimes I mix two, three, four photos like this until, and then I paint on top to get a different face altogether. The painting on top part is going to be difficult today. But I hope it's starting to exemplify like the lips here, they stuck in a lot more. You see this kind of variation from cheek to upper lip, and some here on the bone structure. This kind of stuff that you'd be getting from photos, and like this here is like not very close, more like that. That's one thing that I would suggest to push your skills there. It's mostly this area that's working, and it is a process that takes a little bit of experimentation. You see this area here that's getting a lot of information, while the others are not working exactly too much for now. So I'll have to go get some more photos, bash on top, do the same process like opacity, paint off and paint in, back again, some information, see what would work from this side, and adjust things as you go. But let me just wrap this one up so I don't spend too much time in one portfolio alone. It would be great to see some environments, props, even if they are not too complicated, because I see you're mostly focusing on characters, mood, storytelling. So I'll do some VFX as well, things like that. Add more variety to your portfolio to make you more employable to a junior position because I'd be expecting you, or if you work with indie, that would be doing a lot of different stuff. Storyboards maybe as well, because this is strong. I think the characters you have are strong. Creatures as well, keyframes as well. I would try to push things further now to props. Could be that you isolate this one weapon design and try to make it a bit more hero and special. But overhaul could work. I mean, I could spend solid another 3 hours here just in your whole portfolio, just going over suggestions. But unfortunately, we don't have that kind of time. But thank you so much for submitting your work. I'll be emailing you about the mentorship you've asked, and we'll move on to Victor. So Victor is a Brazilian concept artist focusing on dark fantasy, biomechanical horror, symbolic character design. He's been doing a personal pipeline that merges sculpting, other painting techniques, substance design. Yeah, I think. Are you not a student from Augustus class? I get that sense for some reason. This is looking good. Anatomy wise, that looks like, yeah. I cannot tell if this is a mech or if this is, I think this is a bio design, right? But the way it works, it sort of looks like a mech here, which is interesting, honestly. This is an interesting design because it is interesting for that reason. I want to know more about this. I want to know more about how it works. Uh, okay, let's see a few things here. One thing here that I would suggest is like, again, take this with a grain of salt because I don't know the creative brief, but I would maybe add some more color variety. Even if your point is to say everything is so red and grotesque that red is a must here because it's like you want to portray the feeling of naked flesh. There is some other colors and values that you could use to enhance that further. Value wise, this is looking very, very even. And things look a bit too closely weld together. So separating some things, maybe this is a harder surface bone or carapace, and this is more the fleshiest area. So again, I don't want to be here noodling, or else I will never leave this portfolio. But it's going to frame things a lot more. So now that I will know for sure where to go. So this guy is more in frame now. uh, and you could even push it further, maybe here or here as well, to try to get this guy into frame even more. Again, if you want to keep that kind of grotesque feel, you could add white as well. I think, if I remember correctly, there's like the what was that called from Half-Life? Facehugger, I believe. Yeah, I remember a marketing art from Valve on the face hugger, and it looked at white background, and then it was just a splash of red blood on the ground. It looked very, very striking. So I was trying to find it, but I couldn't. Even the face hugger, that's kind of like that kind of design thought process. You see a lot of grunge here, a lot of yellow, hot and yellows, sick purples, things like that. So I encourage you to experiment with colors that communicate the same feel that you're trying to communicate here. My reaction could be white because it just adds such a stark contrast. And suddenly this doesn't feel like it's tight, like it's a bit of like plasticine. It's more like ligaments coming in and out now. You really have an overlap now. Um, I would try also a color here that's different on this guy. And to bring a focal point back here, because right now it was all over the place. And you did that here well. Like there's a different color here. There's a lot of things you could do, like you could add some vein textures in overlay here, or something like that. Maybe here on the carapace, no, because it's hard surface, but follow kind of like this thought process, just like for the sake of experimenting, see how that would shape up. You see, you get different kind of textures there. So yeah, it was looking a bit monotone, and especially here as well, you should change the value because otherwise it feels like too tightly pressed together, like it cannot move. Same thing for here, maybe. And you're also triangulating things around the focal point when you have that kind of stuff. But good work on that. That shows a lot of imagination. In here, the same thing with Fabricio, but you're doing it a little bit better, as in being mindful of it in some areas. There's bigger shapes with empty detail, and then there's smaller clusters of detail with more detail. That's good. I wonder if that could be replicated some other way around here and then here. You know, clusters of detail that try to bring the read further up. And especially here around the focal point, there could be, this is just experimentation. I don't even know if this will work. But in theory, it should. Right? Having more detail around the focal point areas and then leaving this area empty. It doesn't need to be this detail, but in theory, that's what I'm trying to say. So plan your design a bit more. Maybe you want the wreath to come here and there, and read here and read there. So you add a few contrasts of exposing whatever that is in a read that goes such way. And maybe you want to add it with more intensity, less intensity. But that's the texture, probably not the most ideal, but that will be it. The abs look sort of flat for the weight this guy is carrying. Like he's massive on the shoulders. So make sure that he can actually carry that. You see the abs of this guy, like they are not too well defined as your character, but in volume, he needs to be able to stand this volume up. So it looks a bit flimsy here in comparison. So be careful about that. Be careful not to exaggerate the V shape. But overall, looking good. I like what you're doing, your sense of imagination. The same thing than Fabricius, like try to vary a little bit from characters and creatures to something else. I see you have a robot here, that's fine. Try to add a turnaround, show the character from different views like Fabricio was doing, design shots, your whole process from start to finish would be nice. Because right now there's a plenty of beauty shots, beauty renders. Like this is a nice prop. One book I like, the Resident Evil 6 art book, actually has great graphic design and great way to show the process. So you have a beauty shot here, like just you have a beauty shot, but you also have the main plan of the sketch, and then you have design iterations like gold. You have everything in one sheet. The same thing here. So this would be what people are hiring you for as concept artist. This would not be what people are hiring you for. However, if you go to ArtStation, front page, that is like what everyone's doing there. No, that's not what people are going to hire you for because they have AI for it now. Like that is illustration. And I don't mean to be controversial. I don't think AI can replace that even illustration, but this does not solve problems. This solves problems. So good work, Victor. Thank you so much for tuning in here and showing your portfolio. Um, in terms of industry expectations and to emphasize the rework that you're asking, I think I went over it. And with the example from Fabricio, that's also one thing, again, I was expecting is that you lot would have similar struggles because you're all junior or students. So that's something that you can learn from each other's critiques. So next now would be, let me see who's next. Because some people decided not to get on a video and now feedback in private, only a shorter version. And that will be Arcade Shan. Arcade was a graphic designer over 2 years of experience and would like to transition to the industry. That's concept artist. Okay. First off, you have to decide what you want to do, concept art or illustration. There's a lot of beauty shots here. There's some thought process here. That's nice. It's kind of confusing to me what this was solving. I guess keyframes, storyboards. So probably you would want to have more clear shapes. Like this is more clear. Like she's looking at the ball and the ball's doing something. Like make it clearer. The values are a bit muddy. Things in reality are never pure black like that. So I would recommend to balance the exposure a little bit. Uh, it's difficult for me to comment. This is nice, as in it's better presented. You have a clear focal point. You have the value division is way better. It's clearer than the other images. I would try to see about isolating this character on a design sheet, very much like I showed on the Resident Evil one, and show your thought process and design process. Because I'm not really an illustrator and I cannot comment on a lot of this per se, but your anatomy could be improved for sure. The foreshortening here, the that shoulder there on the far side would look too small in comparison. And then have it's kind of like she doesn't have a neck to tilt to the side. It just bops up there over the that part of the shoulder. So Michael Hampton figure drawing is a great book to learn the fundamentals. I would recommend you start here and then build your character design on top. It breaks down things mathematically, and that's a great foundation. Your imagination is good. I could see you working on something like I don't know, Final Fantasy. I never actually played Final Fantasy. I only heard about it. But something like that mixes fantastical with supernatural. But it's you have to be more clear about what you'll be solving on such studio. Like imagine that you get a job at that studio. What will you be doing there? And helping production on animation, level design, things like that, everything possible, and make a portfolio around that. This is more fun art, right? From Metal Gear. So I see that you came from graphic design and you're like struggling to adapt. I see where you're struggling to adapt. So the first thing I would recommend is learn anatomy, do figure studies, then learn perspective and color theory, and use what you know of graphic design then to build on top of that foundation. And if you have any questions, feel free to follow up because this is a tricky one where like you're in transition and it's I did transition too. I was a graphic designer, so I know what the pain you're about to go through. Uh, a lot of the skills learned have to be completely remodeled to the point of almost feeling like you're learning from scratch. It's a very unforgiving journey, and I feel it in my bones the things you're going through right now. But there's no other way than just put that creativity aside for now, work on this, and then bring this back, the things that excited you about getting to the industry in the first place, and model that around the new fundamentals that you got. So next up, we have Peter, another graphic designer working in games, who's trying to pivot full-time concept art. He's struggling. Let's see how we can improve artistically overall. Okay, especially for entry level. Okay, so you're farther around down in the journey. This is nice. I like this asymmetric style. I like the way you frame this, spots here, like to frame the focal point. This is very clever level design. This is good. I think you should, if you don't have it, yeah, I think you should sell this expertise because a lot of clients or people will not know this placement of objects was deliberate, and it's a skill. It's one of those things. It's like UI design or sound design in a movie. You don't really pay attention to it unless it's done badly, and when it's done badly or a little bit off, then everyone notices. And this is the same thing. This and this here, everything is working to frame, and I'll bring it up here. And this is a skill that you should be selling and showing people that you know how to do. Like this here, and this here, and this here, they are carefully placed. So when the player comes around here, you'll see this focal point, and they're telling that there's stuff. You want to go there behind that door. This is very good. That was like theoretically, that's gold. Well done. And here you have these pillars pointing to that are broken. The composition is spot on. Very well done. I think you should break down this process a little bit more to sell it in your design shots, so people know that you're not just making something pretty, you're making something that's actually useful. There's some things I can comment on. These scratches look a bit unrealistic to me. Like they're very, very thin, but they don't seem to follow a specific stress point. So let me see. Let me see if I can find something that exemplifies what I want to say. There we go. No good reference, but we'll try to make it with what we have. Maybe if I subtract it. Could be this one. So you see the stress point here that's keeping the weight in place. It's where it's going to be the most damaged, where there's the most pressure. So the gravity is pulling down and not evenly applying to the pillar. So it's like coming this way. That is where the most tension is. And here the same way, and it affects this side as well. One other way to look at it is like when a bullet is shot and then on glass, there's a stress point and everything irradiates from it. There's a force, and then there's the ripple effects from the force. And here it's the same thing, but it's gravity. There's this force, and then there's the ripple effects from that force that's pulling down. And here as well. There are some scratches, but these don't seem to follow anything in that sense. So my advice would be to go to find reference like that. And if you must have that there, just, for instance, let's use this one. So it's going to be looking a lot more natural. This is a rough, outline, but yeah. Some of these lighting should maybe be rim lighting these sides here. Maybe it could be a static, like stylized lighting choice. Maybe it's not as strong to illuminate that thing, but another thing here is like everything looks a bit too tight. So I wonder if it could have broken bits. What's happening? Making things a bit more irregular. Maybe adding some perspective there as well. Gonna have to be patient because I don't have tablet, but I think you know what I mean. Like bringing some edges up, not in a way that's too much, but just to get rid of that almost mechanical laying of the bricks. But it is good. Would be nice to see where you got the reference from, like if it's from Renaissance, from neo-Renaissance period, like neoclassical, that kind of stuff. Here as well. If it's, I don't know if you're basing it off Greek culture or Ottoman culture, would be nice to know. This here seems kind of like Art Deco. It would be nice to know the reference. Oh, okay, so this is an IP by Super Giant Games, Greek mythology. I would advise you to make your own IP, even if it's because unless Super Giant Games is revealing your portfolio, then no one else is going to hire you because it just looks to me that you just want to work for Super Giant Games. So why would I hire you? So I'll try to do your own IP, your own project, instead of basing yourself off existing IPs. And you seem to have a liking for this kind of decorative style. Uh, yeah, it's nice. From a design perspective, while I have not yet researched this kind of a thing before, it seems to me a bit unlikely that this room's whole purpose serves for a throne. Like it's a throne room, but what else could this be for? Just for the sake of example. You see, that already makes it stand out a bit more. Makes it a family, a dynasty room. Tells me a bit more about this room. Benches for advisors, maybe. You know, there's some stuff there that I don't quite know what it is, but it serves a purpose. There's a door going there, and there's an emblem there. You know, there are tables to put something. There seems to be either something on the other side, or this is to uh, just shut it from the other people to see. See, there's the purpose to the room other than just having a share in the throne. So design research, that's something I recommend to you. You're doing visual development and you're doing it very nicely. These nicely framed, these seem like you know composition very well. But design wise, things should be a bit more researched. Like imagine if you were the actual architect hired to do this room. It would be unlikely, excuse me, that it will be a room just for this chair, unless like the the king or whoever was just so rich that. But even so, like that's not very practical. So imagine you were the architect hired to do this in that time period, and have that design towards that sense. So everything looks lush and grandiose, like fountains and statues, things like that. I wonder if you can add some kind of practicality into it. Maybe there's some like kind of gateway where horses stop by or things like that. Because these people have to have food, you know. They have to go. to their homes, and I wonder if like there's another way out of these long stairs for them to come, and then maybe there could be something built here to hold all these people instead of hiring all these guards. And there's some design decisions here that could be made more ergonomically. Like imagine if this was a real city or a real palace, they would have these kind of needs that uh, would have to be in place to make their lives easier. Environment design, it's about making things easier. And I mostly do character design, but design is just design, right? It's about making the things easier. And here it kind of like looks like you made decisions to make that would speak grandiose, but as far as the practicality of it, there's some work to do. The shape language is nice. Like again, visual development is very strong. But I'd like you to focus on things other than mood. Just try to make things boring and practical first. Try not to make fan art or label things after a project. It's nice that you're showing your skill set into 3D and that you can branch out from post-apocalyptic to more like that. You see, you kind of did it here. Like there's this mech arm that could aid on there. There's this platform thing, these rails that keep people from falling off while they're working, these vehicles. You did it here. And that's the kind of stuff that I wish it was present on the other ones. Um, but yeah, good work. Work on that. Skill wise, it's nice. It's fine. Like it's good. Try to research and make your own IPs, and I think you'd be a lot more successful. Even if you want to model something after AIDS or whatever, or Tom Clancy, just make your own post-apocalyptic city, your own, utopian city, things like that. Because I think it will, you have a lot more marketability than because fine art is very much frowned upon in the entertainment industry because these are problems that were already solved. The division, the mood, the setting, the wear and tear, the kind of like neons on gameplay design so you can recognize the character from afar, that's already solved. So you're not really solving that here, and people want to hire you for your problem-solving skills. But render, everything, presentation is very nice. Your visual development is strong. And thank you so much for bringing your work. Next up is Alex from the UK. Is this a tree? I have a hard time reading this material because it looks like there's some flakes there. And this almost looks like tree branches. And I suppose this system will just with these ropes will turn it. Oh yeah, these are leaves. Huh, interesting choice. It seems a bit unlikely to me that it's a creative choice, but it looks a bit unlikely to me that with some more wind, these most of these leaves would not fall off. I would suppose a bigger leaf, like an alien leaf that's stronger and bigger, that would be harder for the wind to carry away, because what I'm imagining is that at some point, after traveling for a while, what's going to happen is going to be this, and things will look a lot less effective. Because at least from my balcony, I did have something like made out of leaves to, you know, decorate the rail, and over time they started falling off. And it's going to make these a lot less effective. So I'll encourage you to look into the mechanics of how this works. It's a creative idea, though. Don't get me wrong. And I like this part is beautiful on the front side as well. That's a nice focal point there. The composition as well is nice. There's this empty space that's there, framing both. That's good. Yeah, it's good. I do think these trees look a bit too obviously repeated. They're all the same size. So try to get different sizes on the render. Other than that, it's well done. I just wonder if there should be a better read than this. Because even this is going that way. So things like just to break up the things and have some more anticipation. There's someone who does this quite well. And I saved a bunch of his stuff. There's part here, I believe, for the same, actually almost the same. So there's this breakup here. There's a rhythm here. And over here, the rhythm is kind of like flat. You could argue there's a rhythm here, like, but it's not the same thing. So hopefully this gives you a better idea. Again, same moody strong, but I'd like to see some kind of prop breakdowns like this on more works. But on hard surface stuff, like, and why you chose to choose them for the environment. Kind of wonder if like there's a way to draw more character into that tower. If it's a radio tower, if it's some kind of greenhouse, like to tell from apart. And ominous outpost. Do we have a description here, the brief? No. So I'll try to see also what makes it more ominous. Like maybe it has rust peeling off, or like there's like it's dirty and abandoned, uh, and try to play up that ominous um, concept. Next up, we have Sushan. Animation and trying to break into games. So first things first, without saying your works that and now I'm seeing it. But yeah, lots of focus on mood and lighting, which is normal in an animation. These will be useful, but also the back view as well for the 3D artist to model. Design variations, this is useful. It's it could be good to have more than color variations and focus also on design variations. I'm personally not a fan of the studio lighting, this even white diffuse lighting. Um, it would be nice to have some kind of call out to the materials, such as either this or this. So you avoid the 3D artists coming back to your table and like, hey, what kind of is this? What kind of fabric is this? What kind of leather? What kind of like is this leather? Is this something else? So they know. Also the product design here, like the mech arm, I'm not quite sure how it's supposed to work. Oh, okay, it probably has some kind of rubber there, or what I mean is that it does not seem that there's too much legway for this to bend back without this piece being crammed in here. So be careful about that. You did that here beautifully, like you left this space empty so the end could uh, go into a fist better and things like that. But in here, I think it could be missing. Especially this part here. It's, I think, supposed to be one of the joints that bends this up and there, and it does not seem connected to this. I'm a bit unsure of what this is. One good reference, let's see if you open Bionics that you might want to look into. Azimo as well. Wells, Boston Dynamics. Make sure to work from reference. This is nice, the VFX. It's not something you usually see on a portfolio, and I think you should have more of this to be more employable. The backside is nice, yes. Okay, a turnaround view is always nice. Well, that's good. So I would advise to have more, maybe more props, more VFX concepts, more breakdowns of where you get the reference from, design variations, and maybe isolate this arm here into his own concept. It could make you have also a prop to sell in your portfolio and a character with it. This is looking interesting. I like the flow here, like the read. That's like I really love But I do have a bias for like this kind of spiritual stuff. I love how it reads like that. It's almost like domino pieces that are falling. It reads very well. I love it. One thing that could be nice looking to, maybe different sizes, some size variation here. So one is the focal point, and maybe they could be all looking into one area. Like these are obviously looking forward, but this is looking up, and that's looking there, and that's looking over there. So I'm wondering if they could all zoom in on a target. Like that would be way more intimidating. I love this thing here as well. This is a great character. I really love it. And maybe some kind of be a bit more daring on the shape size. Again, like the eye. Don't be afraid to push things further. So I'm trying to get a read like this. I'm a bit unsure what this is sitting on. If her hair is a living bird or like that metamorphosis or something, but there could be some kind of rope or something, or even could be a braid of her hair going in, like something to, because otherwise it looks like it's just sitting there. And if it's more of an ornament or is an element, because it's an element, it's already a design piece, and that could sell things a little bit better. Because we have enough illustration, especially with AI now in the game, to just be focusing more on design instead. But I love the colors as well. Like this is very nice to look at color composition. Thinking about developing this one character, yeah, I think it's a good idea. It's a very strong character. Like it's fresh. And there's some data work. I could see that in Dota, you could use your animation skills to add the VFX of the character, like the whole project of the character that could aid animation department, storyboarding, 3D turnarounds, the materials, things like that. I would advise you to get rid of material practices, things like that. That put that on your blog instead or Discord, and just have project work on ArtStation. I think this is your strongest space, and these studies are very nice. This is very different than this as well. I'm a bit confused by that. The anatomy here does not look like the same person who made this. To me, it looks like you had a lot more fun doing this than the rest. I might be wrong, but that's what I get from here. Value-wise, things are a little bit muddy here. It's so dark. Like this is impossible. There's no way in real life that things get to the zero value of darkness. So it could look more like this. And then we have the same problem there. So adding some atmospheric perspective here as well would be, because the more things get further pushed into the distance, the lighter they will be. It's called atmospheric perspective, and we can look at here. You see there how things are sitting into the distance. They get lighter. I'm not making things up. There we go. Of course, you have to drop this a little bit better, but like, yeah. get some kind of, I don't, I have a hard time believing that you had a reference for the outside environment because of one, things are way too dark here. They lose all the information. And two, there is no atmospheric perspective there. Let's just go with some kind of alien lighting. So my advice would be to, if you even if you want to do some crazy colored lighting, ground it on something. Look up reference and see what's happening in that reference and apply it to your design. Could be like it could be reference like this, for instance, and see how the pillars are looking, where it's darker, where it catches some more light, like bounces from the ground up, and go from there. Try to find the same God rays and how like that nice slice of bloom and those kind of things you should get into your work. References are your friends, those kind of things, they add a lot of interest. It does not look to me that you had reference for this. Like your imagination is good. I like your work. It's just a matter of making it more production oriented and yeah, polishing those fundamentals as well. I recommend to look into material rendering. Either try to get some photo there and start to experiment with photo bashing, crop things a little bit better, unless there's a reason for that. Just get us to see the work and not the empty stuff. It's just gonna be quick because okay, white toy pants. Get some reference. And you can bring out those seams and folds and things like that on top of your painting. Okay, so lighting is coming this way, so it would be more like this. Let's try to get the same value here happening. Unfortunately, my pen tablet's not working, just in case you missed that information from the other portfolio reviews. But in essence, that will be to paint a color pick and start to paint on top of this. And try to seize that information there. So right now the seems kind of a bit unrealistic. Again, I'm not sure. I think you're not using reference for this, and you should, because this doesn't seem like kind of folds that you find in pants. Like they seem like very, very large, and he's like tucking them all in there. So that will be things to suggestions to improve on. And there's a lot of work here that you should take out, studies, things like that. These I love. And this as well is nice, and this as well. But there's things that make me a bit confused about what you want to do. So thank you for turning in the work. And next up we have Frida. Let's see it. So there was no comment other than turning the portfolio. This looks nice. I like the aesthetic. I like this abstract way to render the hair, the curly hair. That's very, very cool. Things are a bit too dark here. It could be a stylistic choice, but yeah, be careful about that. I'm not very sure what to comment here because you have your own distinct style, and at some point, I'm not sure what. This is nice. I like how the hair starts here, and then you don't see it, and then you see it here again, and then how it's unmirrored. Like this is very good. It's very cool. Uh, it's nice to have something like this, but it would be nice to see design variations, how you arrived at the design, uh, things like that. Because I don't know if the AI generated this, and if I hire you, let's say, like, uh, and I need some kind of design solution, uh, it might be that you won't give it to me because you don't know design, and it's just like you're prompting your way in, and I could do that myself if I needed that. There's like the things that the industry needs is to design problems and people designers to solve production problems, and that could be in this case a reference of how where you got your inspiration from to support this kind of personality, the character, why you added this element here, why it would make sense, uh, things like that to help me understand how you think, because ultimately I'm employing, or an employer is employing your mind, the way you approach problems, not your hands and the way you render. This is cool. This is very cool. I love your sense of perspective, your presentation. It looks more like something for animation, like cartoons should be your vibe rather than games, unless it's a very indie game. This is lovely. I like the how the shapes are circular. Everything's very cohesive. I mean, I could comment some sense of anatomy. Like the nose looks a little bit too pointy to be realistic. Uh, but that could be coming to a design choice, really. The same comment I made for Victor. It would be nice to see some kind of variation here so things don't look like they're too tightly pressed together or welded together. Or else it kind of starts looking like it doesn't move. If these rotates as well, it would be nice to leave it room to do that. Or else it will cause a lot of friction there. To be nice to see some of that red somewhere here. Could be on the braids or something to bring the focal point back here. Or else the most colorful thing is going to be this, the red contrast with green. It's like not quite what we want. We want the focal point up here. Could be the color, something like that, you know, or playing with secondary reads, such as maybe some kind of symbol or stripe or faction symbol. And this really you could apply in your whole body of work, I believe. You did this beautiful here, like the focal point here, like this is very, very cool. Yeah, it looks more like a portfolio for animation and cartoons rather than a games, unless there's this very specific style of game. But if you want to get into games like more like orthographics, material callouts, things like that. What else? What else? Maybe game level design sketches instead of just environment, because look, these are fine renders, but I've looked into that for, and I love it. Don't take me wrong, but it's more like a visual development portfolio at the moment, rather than a concept artist for games portfolio. So it could be like isolating that mech arm and making selling the prop itself out of it, telling me sharing the materials that it's made out of, how helping the 3D artist render that, isolating in a different sheet. So kind of this is nice. This I see could already be used. And this is nice too. I think you should have more of this. The process itself. This one's lovely. This as well. This is nice. I think all your projects should have this. These kind of breakdowns. So it looks like you'll be able to kit bash stuff for me, like or for an IP, rather. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you for your work. Next up, we have Kevin, who wants to work in AAA, major studios. Oh, that's okay. So that's good work on presentation. That's a nice touch of storytelling. It would be nice to have a material breakdown of this, like this, because I don't know what kind of material this is made out of. If this is metal, you know, what is that made of? The same for here. Be careful in making things so thin that they would, in the distance, not be able to be told what they are. Like the farther you go into that, the more it gets lost. So it'd be nice to read it without having to zoom in. And another thing is like everything is kind of evenly packed apart. Like there's deserts, it's almost 50-50 with forest, and then there's this in the middle. I wonder if it could not go like this, like be a bit more daring into your like dividing the thing. Maybe not that much, not right. More even, because it kind of looks like some game designer came here and designed this. It looks very gamey. It does not look natural. So if you see the world map, how they claim it was before the five continents were divided, was more like this. You could see Africa there, a bit of Europe, and all that stuff. And then it got spread apart, and it looks more like that. So what I mean with that is that things kind of don't look very organic here. Like everything's dead center. You could play that a bit more. And I wonder if these are volcanic islands, if there's any here that from the things that are spit out of the volcano, if there's any that could have platforms that could have formed over time. So Azores are volcanic islands, and they're very, very lush green. So from a biology standpoint, I would try to see that, to research that. The transition here is very abrupt as well, from desert to forest. I would wonder if there's anything in the middle that could be there. Things here looks a bit too, again, evenly spread out. I wonder if you could have some bigger shaped islands along with some smaller ones, some medium ones, then a big one, you know. Same thing here. Try to make it seem like this was part of one piece at a time. You lot are pushing me out of the comfort zone. I mostly have characters to show on my portfolio, so but let's see what else Kevin has. The 1 point perspective makes things look a little bit flat. So what was that movie Sucker Punch? Even if we have 1 point perspective, it's coming from above, you know, like your eyes are kind of like up here because they are giants. So I try to add some volume into your scene. Let's see. Try to be creative in your composition like that. Try to tell the audience by visuals who has power in that fight. You know, go a bit from the usual that you'd expect. Spend some time brainstorming a few compositions because this is very expected. And this is nice that you have the process. Oh, it's Red Riding Hood. That's a very creative take on the story. And this is nice. I like the characters isolated themselves. And I like the perspective here. This is like flowing very well. The shape design is very nicely done. So try to play up to your strengths because for someone who has such an easy time, it seems, to design shapes, it's kind of a shame that you did not bring that here into the composition. Like you kind of did it here. Like you have a clear sense of who is the underdog. And here is also interesting. But even so, there's 1 point perspective that just try to design a rhythm into your scene. The same thing I said for Alex in his compositions. don't make things so dead on center. Like that. Make them make a story, make it less linear. Um, what else? What else? Like this. Try to make things a bit clearer as well. I'll try as well to take work out that's not doing you any favors. For instance, the world map does not seem like the same person made it. The graphic design as well. It's like it's too many micro details. Like these would be hard to read even from this distance. So I try to get stuff away that's not your strength from your portfolio, like the maps and the logos. Just focus on things that are your strength for now. Because it's very clear to me what you're liking to do, what you don't like to do. Like this have a great rhythm to them. And other things not so much. It almost does not look like it was the same artist who did it. This is nice as well. I love it. I love like this spikes language that's going up like that. Like in here, there's a lot of gravity here in this guy, and that's the arms support that, and the companion is like the same shape. Like this is beautiful. I love it. They should take that to a render further and invest on things that you're liking to do. Because it's very clear to me that some things here, like, would you be able to tell this was the same person who made it? Not quite. If I understand that you're wanting to diversify, but at least try to make it easier on yourself. Make something more simple like this. Just some drawing, some icons there, and stuff to show that you're happy to make other stuff than the stuff that you like, but clearly showcase your strengths. Don't let them be uh, go unnoticed. Oh, well, thanks for showing me in your work. And next we have Francesco. Cool. This is nice to see where you got the reference from. I love the shape language applied. One problem I have with it is kind of just looks like a mask. And this is a hard thing to design. But I wonder about some shape volume. Because you did that on the eyes, you modify them a little bit. And I wonder if you could push things further as well. You know what I mean? Break down the silhouette. It also follows the bulbousness of a turtle in its shape language. It usually has some kind of like beak looking thing. So just try to make form changes rather than just surface changes. I'm unsure if this is a friendly creature or not. If it's a friendly creature, like a turtle is, I understand that this is the eye that they usually have, but I would try to color it different because it's often so associated, this kind of eye, with something evil, red and dark eyes. That if it's a friendlier creature, I wonder something like that, or a mystical creature in this sense. The thing that stands out to me here is the same as this, only in a different subject matter. It's like the shape overlap, which is non-existent. I wonder if we could do things more like, break down the silhouette. If this is a game and you want, like, what was that called, planet side, where you want to see ships coming from the distance, it would be nice to see the silhouette that's stronger than that. I'm not sure if this makes sense from a mechanical standpoint, but just wondering about silhouette right now from a gameplay perspective. So the same problem as a turtle, form changes rather than surface changes. Uh, Material variation as well. I wonder if this could be colored different in some sense. Maybe this side here. And I don't get quite the feeling of what kind of ship this is. It's like, is this a police ship? The color kind of seems like it. Maybe find another color here. One good reference for you would be Chris Voss. Is it Voss or Voss? It's Voss. It's Voss. See how crazy it gets? This, I think, was like a pirate ship for Dune. I don't know which one this is, but it could be like a more corporate ship. It's definitely not a pirate ship. You get a sense out of the culture that makes these things. And that's what I don't get from your ships. Like the stencil zero there, it's definitely fabricated, like built on a factory, unlike this one, which is way more organic. Or if you want to make it more corporate, like some decals, some numbers, try to sell who is writing this thing. And this is cool. When things are so intense on the center, then I would follow up with a different. First of all, the crop, it could very much be like this. It adds way more anticipation than that because it's here, the action. You want to see this, not this. So frame that even more. And I wonder if we could get more of that. The sense of adrenaline, high time stops. I get that from this place here. And I wonder if we could get it more from there to frame things further. It's almost like his time is going, it's like the moment just before it takes place. And what else? some camera effect dragging, just to emphasize some movement there, just making things go faster and getting rid of the static 3D look. Separating the backgrounds a little bit more with some value changes, because those other guys up there don't matter as much as this. These are the start of the show. It's going to be rough, but you know, you get what I mean. How's that looking? The same thing for this ship here. One thing on the visual rate is that I wonder, again, it's going to be more of the same, but it's probably good. Make things look a little best, a bit less tightly pressed together, as if they use different materials in the factory to make this thing, because it almost just looks like a base render at this point with some minor colors. Think about rhythms like that. Almost like it's an X, just more inviting to read. Then what you have? The turret, well, I almost missed it. If this is an attack ship, then if this is a cool attack ship, then brother, you have to just say it. Don't be shy about it. This looks good. This is a very, very good addition to your ship. This is amazing. Like very, very good job on the render. Like this is good. Like all the people coming in and out. Maybe a faction symbol if you're comfortable with graphic design. These designs are nice as well. These here look a bit impractical. Like there's a lot of room for him to trip and fall with those boots, or am I wrong? I'm getting carried away on some of these because I'm biased to like some of these subjects that I cannot give an exhaustive portfolio review, but I would try to simplify things a bit. You have lots of stripes, lots of them, and it gets a bit hard to read at some point. It's like looking at a zebra, you know? So simplify the bird maybe as well. Make things easier to look at. If you must have stripes, then have them here as well. Yeah. Even if there's a hood pattern, you don't have to show every single stripe there. So we have points where the high can rest. You don't have to detail everything. The Victorian period ended up a long time ago. Sci-fi underground anger. Cool. This is a nice piece of design. Yeah, this is nice. It's kind of has that 90s video game vibe where everything looks that traditional Stanley Kubrick sci-fi. Is nice. It's cool. And I mean that by like these neons on the ground, this overuse of resources that's so unnecessary. But hey, it's the future. Why not? And I mean that in a good thing. This transition is gold. I think keep these three images and maybe this one. Don't need this one. And this one maybe as well. Because it's so different from all the rest. And this one as well. And this as well. And these I don't think you need because you already have better ones here that tell the same thing. But I specifically like this far away plane and medium shots and close shot. That is good. Do your whole portfolio like that, following a story. Yeah, this is good. The same things that I told you. Is that the charger on the phone? The buttons seem very small. Anyway, same things like different materials so things don't look as stud pressed together. Different forms. Change the forms up a little bit. This is nice. Like it. It's a bit overdone in my opinion. Fallout 4 did it, Asphalt did it, but it looks like you're having fun. This is confusing to me. I'll take it off. It looks very different from everything else. Good work. Next up, we have, oh God, we have so many to go through. Rebecca. This is nice. Right away, I don't know who this character is, but if this is a nurse, I would try to get more nursey colors, maybe pinks, something like that. Let's just see. Nurse. You see white, pink, red. See this, all this almost like purity that they communicate, like these very light pastel colors. Even the greens are pastel. Unless this is, oh, it's vampire mixed with werewolf. Okay, then it's supposed to be darker, I guess. But even so, keep that in mind. It might be useful. This is an interesting design then. It's good. I will try to, yeah, you have design variations here. Uh, if you want to exaggerate things a lot more, I mean, you could, it's good, but you could maybe, you know, break down the silhouette a little bit more. The same for the other uh, characters. So it's more recognizable for the distance, especially if it's an NPC and you have to go there for potions or things like that to heal yourself. Then it's good that you can tell where they are from afar. There's a lot that you could do with those British World War One uniforms. especially again when it comes to silhouette, volume, like all these accessories, things like that, these interesting shape languages, these kind of like things uh, pierced together in the outfits, this mix of materials that are supposed to be soft but also sturdy from going through all the trenches and things like that. That is something that you could design a lot more because it looks like okay, it looks like this person stays indoors a lot of time. They don't go through that. For such an unclear, when things get a bit unclear, it's good to add some reference to the side to see what kind of materials these are. This cane looks a little bit flimsy for all the weight and metal this guy's carrying. Be careful about that. It could be fine, but be careful. That is nice. Uh, let's see that. Let's see that. Again, this is just a quick portfolio review. I really don't have the time as much as I'd love to go into there, but my eyes look here a lot more than here because there's more gold here, the bigger shapes are here, things like that. And this is a good design, and I wonder if things could have more contrast and then end a bit more dynamic. Forgive me the rough paint over. Ah, snap. And here as well, bring some more interest here. From an anatomy standpoint, I wonder why it's not bringing that jawbone there. And maybe even introducing a different material there to transition between flesh and porcelain. I think that's porcelain. Uh, another color could be useful to bring the interest back to focal point. So we don't look at here as much as we do here. It does not need to be this, but just in theory to bring the focus back here. I wish I had the time to go over more stuff. Where I just had so many people sending in their portfolio. It was crazy. The eyes are looking a bit bulgy, one to each side, so I wonder if we could emphasize that really and making sure that they're looking at each and every side like a toad. The warm colors here were well played. There's framing the character a bit better. Um, a bit more reference work. You have these design decisions, iterations. Some of them look a bit impractical like this. Not sure how she'd move, but it's good that you're taking those things into consideration. So thank you so much for turning in your work. Next up, we have Shelseier, recent graduate. when it comes to shape language, it's good to have things in contrast, such as that. Maybe we have one. It's also bigger. Play with rhythms like if it was a song, you know, high notes, mid notes, low tones, low notes. I'm not a musician, so maybe I'm just talking blasphemy, but I think you know what I mean, you know. Um, Perspective here looks a little bit, should be more like that for the skull. Same thing here. I wonder, for a rack, that certainly look very, very tidy as far as negative space goes. So I wonder if it could be more like random. If the cuts are random, then just do some more random um, shapes, as long as they still look good. Since we have a triangle here, pushing things this side, maybe it's good to push things that side as well, like this. Introducing a different color here could frame the head a little bit more. It's jarring, but we immediately notice the focal point, and things are not as ambiguous anymore. It's a bit easier to read with less detail. These are nice. I like the death motif here with the skulls. I wonder if you could explore that further. So when you think death, you go to skulls. So your default mind is going, well, but I wonder if there's anything else that you could look into when you think death. You know, I'm not sure, but maybe wings, maybe a sight. Another thing, maybe dead plants or these kind of colors that are more grungy. Another thing I like to do in the research phase would be synonym dictionary and try to get more ideas from it. Same thing here for the shape language. Everything looks kind of even. And the shapes are looking kind of like this here. And then they go like this. It's a bit of a strong transition. So I wonder if they could start pointy like that, but then kind of make a connection there. Even if it's just subtle. So it shares the same language there. I also wonder if some things like this could be bulkier, just to have some kind of contrast there. Armors, if size contrast could help as well. Small shapes with big shapes. Basically have that treatment over other areas. If these things are tasks, then when it gets on here to sit, that will be a mess, honestly. I recently rode a camel in Morocco, and the thing is that having something like this would just be so uncomfortable. So try to think about that. Try to think about the logistics of setting up a mount. But you could cover it like they did because a camel is not the most comfortable thing ever. It was not made for a human to ride. So one thing they do is they have a lot of drapery, a pillow even there, and that's something you could consider here as well. Things here are like a bit unrealistic with this sort of stuff. So it seems like you're making the same habit that you did with the character. Things a bit more even. Wait, it has one, two, three, four, five, six, so many legs. Um, yeah, I guess it could do the initial sprint faster than a normal horse. So you have project-oriented stuff, like the same things happen here. Like shape size, try to vary it a little bit. Try to make your thumbnail the most inviting thing to click on. Try to make the background a little bit more distinct from the character. It kind of blends a little bit. If you take out the line work, everything just fades and meshes into one thing. The pose, body language is nice. You can tell the kind of story in the character. The studies I'll take away, especially if you're applying for jobs. That's it. Thank you so much for sending in the work. There's another Alex now. Is this two portfolios? What other adjustments or remake the portfolio from scratch? Yeah, okay, well, let's see it. We'll solve that. Oh, there's one for junior and there's one for concept. What I can do, I like this. I like the presentation already. Like it's me, what I can help you with. So that's good. How different are these? Okay, these start different. I don't understand why you sent two portfolios, but okay. Thank you for sending even more than what was asked. Um, right away, things are looking a bit too busy here. You asked if you need to start from scratch. Like, don't make things harder on yourself. Your skill is where it is, and let's own that. But you can definitely improve. This reads better because there's less detail. Here's a lot of detail. I'm not sure where to look at. So my eye rests here and here in this character, and then it reads these things. Excuse me. I think I'm getting a bit sick. Um, I like these a lot. Like these pearls, like make a nice triangulation there. And the render, like it has this Fallout 2 kind of style in a good way. And anyway, I digress. There's a lot of detail here, and I'll try to, if I was you, to reduce some of it. It's fine to say that you have such a noble warrior that it tries to go very ornamented to battle, but at some point that stuff just gets in the way of reading the composition. Maybe that can stay because it's a button. But if everything's interesting, then nothing's interesting, you know? It gets hard to read. So simplify, simplify. Maybe not everything needs to be lush. Some things could be like that. Contrast of big and small shapes. Same here, or maybe just have one or two framing this. Let's see the before and after just to see what's happening. So yeah, simplify things a little bit. If you're dealing with this color palette, I would try to look into other color palettes that could be a fit. I think you're kind of working like this. It's the same energy, I think, so to speak. So let's own to that. What I'm doing here is framing the focal point. For those who have been following the whole video portfolios, that this is a recurring thing, is composition in most portfolios. It's like there needs to be something to tell me where to look at. So I'm framing this face with red, which is something that's also not just to frame it, but to make the composition and the story a little bit further, push it further, because it's already the same kind of vibe here. Graphic design wise, and maybe what you can look into is, instead of having that thing there, try to make maybe something like that, like it's a character screen. You know, I'm not telling you like do this environment here and like this how this metal render, but just something like that. A banner, like three banners framing things, and maybe some kind of suggestion of detail on the foreground, in the background. So no, you don't need to start from scratch. This one here looks a lot cleaner than this. I like the thick to thin ink. I like this thing here as well, the whole movements. It tells me a lot about the character. This is spot on. I'll try to polish that the same way it's polished here. It almost reminds me of Scott Robertson drawings. There's these thick to thin lines, and there's points where there's more shadow. You know, try to have a reference for the presentation. The same thing is happening here. Too much detail, too much high frequency detail. I'm not sure where to look at. That's sitting a little bit strange in the composition. Especially since it's farther away, it should be pushed farther into distance value-wise. Having some smoke maybe, or like some mist could help separating the importance of the elements here. There's a lot to see here. Unfortunately, I think we're out of time, or else I don't have time to go through everyone. But this is good. I love the presentation, best presentation so far. Sorry, because like it starts this way, like who am I, how I can help you, and it starts the whole thing from character to props to environments to a whole list of services visually depicted here. So very, very good presentation. Next up is, let me see. Jose, I think. No, wait. Pablo. Pablo Junior concept artist from Brazil. This is nice. Nice lighting. Like, I love her coming out of the cave, and then there's lighting. Yeah, the framing that whole story. I mean, I could go into skill render things like that, but like, I don't. Could go into the anatomy, like this leg here, maybe could be thicker to hold all that weight that's there, and could have more V-shaped stuff to make things more menacing as far as anatomy goes. Stylize it a little bit. It also would go well with the nose and everything else. This is nice. Uh, try to push the shapes further. Silhouette, I mean, but also the shapes. So the character is seen better from afar. Try to push the form a little bit. It's looking a bit rough, but I think you get the point. The volume changes will be nice. It's just unlikely to me that that padded thing looks so small. Usually the puffer jackets, they are made of like these big, you know, triangles. More like that, almost. Which helps deter and distract less and focus more here. Same thing here, if this is something that's overlapping, some kind of like clear volume difference. But I love the whole effects, the whole design of it. Like, it's nice. It looks like you're having lots of fun doing this. I only now noticed this, so maybe it's a bit overdone, but it's better overdone than being a bit too shy, especially on this part here. But unfortunately, we're out of time, folks. I have lots of portfolios to go through. But I think you get the point. It also makes it a little bit more faster and read this way, the whole thing instead of like this. Oh, cool. Design changes. This is nice. This cable looks a bit too flimsy. I wonder if you could have a fat cable going and contrasting. That is cool. Yeah. That feels cool. It's like sci-fi Native American. And that's nice. Same thing here. Form changes, contrast of uh, big to small shapes to work on. The presentation is nice. Like it looks like you have, unlike other people, like some other people, you you're clearly designing your portfolio for games and with lots of breakdowns and material callouts, things like that. Keep doing that. Yeah, keep exploring that for sure. Lots of imagination here. I like it. I just have to, that's nice as well. That's all. I just have to say that I really like this element here. I almost did not want to say it, but that's so well thought out of because, and theoretically, I can tell you why. It's not what you think. Because the way, if you think I was being vulgar, it's more like the way this reads in a circular shaped language is the way this reads in the circular shaped language. There's three elements here that are repeating, but they're just compounded together. So makes for a nice even shaped language. And then you have this art shaped language here as well. Everything's just very, very seamless together. So I wonder if this could be bigger in contrast as well. Other than that, good stuff. This is nice storyboards. Yeah, maybe some environments. Other than that, I'll get rid of most of your old work or work that's not as good. Like this character and these characters, these two characters are probably your strongest. So you don't really need a more than that. So maybe these can go away. The storyboards maybe stay. This as well looks more like art or illustration. That's cool. Yeah, it's more like art. So for a portfolio in games might confuse people. So thank you, Pablo. Next up is Ununice. Okay, I shouldn't be doing this because you're already art director in the industry. But since we're here, let's keep it very, very brief. Again, you know production, there's not much to comment on that. Maybe you could have some of these elements more on the foreground, break things up further. Clear separation of elements and driving the composition further. This could be maybe looking more organic, more like more confident in a negative space. This could also be more rect. So you have one without, and that's two that is almost very clean. So it can make also more patterns here, driving the thing forward. Difference of size of rocks. So you have big ones, small ones. different shapes, design the shapes as well to go further, like pointed there instead. It's too much, but you get the point. Again, different in shape size. Maybe you have one cable that's just way big. Okay, maybe that's too much. Maybe that's too much, but especially because this probably should be more like here, and this should probably be more like there. So this element can breathe better, and this can frame that such element there. So things, there's noise here and there's noise here, but this is noise free because you want to focus on this. Making it moody, maybe some mist, dusts, things like that, separating it further. Okay, some good level design stuff. Mm, 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 mm. Aside from these small design changes, I wonder if we could have post changes, story changes. So there is this element riding across here, and I wonder if you could be doing different stuff, maybe holding a Bible, holding different things, telling different stories. Shape language could be more form changes, I think would help get rid of some of the linearity of how this is being read. Size, everything seems to be cut very evenly. Some of those um, material changes as well to frame the cockpit as a focal point. I sound like a broken record. Like some senior who's so annoying is always focal point, as in eat your vegetables. And break things down a little bit. So let me see. Yeah, just to have some more silhouette interest here, rather than, you know. Okay, thank you, Eunice. I cannot go too further onto this because one, I have too many portfolios to go through, and two, you already have a job, and this was supposed to be for people who need guidance to find a job. But thank you for connecting and sending in your portfolio anyway. It's a pleasure to connect and to get to know people's work. I don't want to seem ungrateful. I'm grateful for the positive response. It's just that for the sake of urgency here and to prioritize things, maybe in another instance, I could offer advice for art directors or clients or consulting, but that's more like it's hard for me to justify not making that a paid service if I'm just doing free consulting for studios. Yeah, it's hard to justify. So next up we have Mosa. I hope I spell your name right. This is nice. This is a good render. I like how you prioritize the face having a lot more detail than the rest. As far as this goes, maybe more movement, if you know what I mean. Some kind of rhythm here. I just going this a bit faster, else I never get to finish all these reviews. This is nice. Things are a bit too even spread, like 50-50 white and red. So I wonder if we could split things a little bit. Have a secondary read there. Design-wise, I'm a bit unsure about the chainmail used here. Usually that's something to protect you, and like, yeah, seems a bit strange, but maybe I'm wrong. Again, I have not researched your creative brief, so good stuff. Good stuff. So bringing some like weight too in there. But overall, it's good. I like your brushwork. I'm a bit unsure what is this. So I think it could explain it a little bit better and the progress shots. Yeah, this is good. This is cool. Careful not to make things a bit unpractical. It's hard for me to imagine walking around with this suit without, especially if I want to look to the side or another side, like without this getting in the way. Try to get some more golds here near the face so the focal point doesn't get here. Same for here. Like you tend to make the focal points and detail way down. It should be the other way around. The upper body is usually the thing that's of most interest. Again, it's not to say that I do it very well, but in here, like I purposely made this the most interesting area because people look at the face first before looking at everything else. It's not like the rest needs to be looking bad, but you know. I like the word. I like your plasticity, your aesthetic, you know, the way you draw. It's nice. This is cool. The hips look a bit mechanical, as in it's hard for me to see how she move. Even here, it looks like she's having trouble moving the knee past this point up. Maybe because I think she's so bulky that when you make something so bulky, then you have to have points of contrast, you know, and keep this again, grain of salt, because I rarely do stylized characters, but more focus on the V shape, perhaps. If we look into the silhouette, it's probably better. I hope so. See, it's more varied, more interesting to look into that almost like big element, medium element, small element, which is the most interesting thing to look at. So if you have an element all the same size. It's never going to be as interesting as an element like this, and then another like this. Some variety. Variety is the spice of life. That's what they say, something like that. So since you're doing stylized, you can, yeah, look into that. Other than that, shape language, push it further, maybe. So you have a big shape like this, small square like that. The flower touch is a nice touch, and I like how you integrated the horns with the head. It's almost like you cannot tell each one apart, which is nice. Blacksmith, it looks like. So I've tried to have more gear for that to make it more obviously a blacksmith. But it's good work. I'll advise you to explore some color theory. Like I like these animations because these things look they've been appearing muddy to me. So warm shadow, warm light. Usually it's warm shadow, cold light. So let's run an experiment. Warm, this should be cold. Let's do this color. Hopefully I'll isolate the shadows and only touch on the light. Maybe soft light. Maybe not enough. It's subtle, but if you squint your eyes, you can tell something happens there in the light. And I'm probably exaggerating it, but just for the sake of you seeing it, it makes all the difference. If you have warm shadow, you have to have most of the time cold lighting and vice versa. Again, stylized in school, but that there does not look like it can move well without him tripping and falling. Your animations, though, are on point. So just try to be careful of where and how you stylize anatomy. Because stylization is one thing, but it has to be able to move. Mortal Kombat. I'll try to not get IPs from that already exist in your portfolio. It's going to turn employers away. Yeah, thank you for bringing in your work. Much appreciated. Now we have Cole. Oh, this is nice to see the process without going to scroll into a rush of images. It's nice to see 3D. How the imagine this is 2D, which is super useful for production to get the scale correct. Your industrial design is on point. Another way, another one. Um, no, actually, this one is fine-ish. Try to not have too many different shapes. So here it's a sharp edge, in here it's a round edge, in here it's a sharp edge again. So try to make either things like this shape. Let's see if I can roughly, you know, make things more even. It doesn't, you can definitely not follow the formula, but just food for thought. I like it. Good sense of color and lighting. I love these characters, especially this one here. Like there's a lot of personality in their eyes. The other one's not so much, especially this one. But this one is on point. It's not that they're bad, they're just not as good. Like this. Yeah, this is cool. I'm not very sure what to comment here. Like your work is good. Maybe explore why these don't have as much personality as this one. I feel like I know this one, and I don't feel like I know the others. Like especially this one feels more genetic, and this feels like an actual person. Uh, Shape, size, try to. You did start to go well here. I wonder if you can push it further. As in, don't have 50-50 kind of things laid out. More like maybe 70-50, you know, something like that. It might not make much sense from industrial design, or maybe it does, point of view, but just so you see what I mean, things will look a lot more inviting. They're not evenly cut apart. Yeah, they're cool. FBI, open up. Okay, these are good. Shape language. I wonder like if you could experiment with fisheye effects, pushing the perspective. That would be something that could work with this kind of style, and also the shape uh, consistency and also size contrast. Thank you so much, Cole. It was really cool. Next we have Kber. Okay, most of it already I see boils down to anatomy and color theory. It's quite muddy here. Yeah, this is a no-no. Things are dark. Then the color of the shadow is all over the place. It's not exactly bad, but it's just not working. So I advise you to get reference from a photo, a real tree, and then like a study, something easy like this, or like this. Even painting it like, okay, not like this, but like this, or the same kind of lighting that you want, and then you have design changes. Other than that, a big to small branches would be nice to see. But yeah, look up color theory and some videos like this maybe, and then work on your design. The anatomy here is okay. Same thing is happening here. Color theory needs to be stronger. The value most for the most part. So Scott Robertson has a good materials on it, like Scott Robertson, Halfway to Black, Roll. Look it up. So to avoid things looking muddy, like it's too big for me to explain here, but it's it avoids things looking a whole range of darks and lights. Use reference. It's clear to me that you're not using reference for this. And in here, it kind of looks like you used some because the shadows are very inconsistent in value. Anatomy wise, do some studies and then mix the human with toad. Like break down on our toad looks and why, and then exaggerate the proportions and mix it with human. So for instance, if it's a toad, why doesn't it, have like that kind of sheen where he uses to like communicate? You go robot, like that thing there that just goes big and small. That's a big part of a toad. And the eyes, that's another big part of what makes a character of a toad. So, and these bulbous things as well. It could be something that you want to look into to make it more recognizable as a creature in design. Again, need some reference. It's clear to me that you're not using reference and you're making it harder for yourself. Just use one sky and photo, like something that's closer to the mood that you like, and then is preferably with some kind of like uh, breaks like this. Learn 3D. It's going to be helpful because I can tell this perspective is all over the place. So something like this, if you were watching it from a, a face on perspective, that's going because this is in perspective. If you turn that to face it like that, it's going to look massive like that. And I'm not sure that's what you intended. Or perhaps even bigger. Yeah, way bigger. So homework for you, learn perspective, anatomy, and color and lighting, and study it as you go and apply it to your own concepts. Thank you so much for turning in the work. Now we have Michelle up next from Italy. This is good. I like the vibe here. Like there's a lot of character on this guy. Oh, I love this pose. Like, as a dog owner, this is spot on. This is very, very good. I wonder about the back legs though, if it should not be more muscular to hold or to help carry the rest of the weight. This one here is. So I wonder if these are just design changes. I love this rhythm a lot. Yeah, good, good. This is nice. There's this artist that you could look in for reference. It's called João. I think it's João Ruas. I wonder if things could be pushed even further, even or making things more menacing. I'll just show you the reference because it's probably easier. He draws a lot of works that reminded me of this. Now, where are the wolves? I'm sure he had some. Here it is, like, it's stylized, but stylized with some vibe. Oh, there we are. It's not quite what I wanted. Anyway, I think you get the idea. Pushing things a little bit further with size differences. Exaggerating things a little bit. Only if you're happy with stylizing it further. So it's looking more pushed that way. Apologizes for the messy things. If you were not listening to the other portfolio reviews, my tablet's not working at the moment. So I'm just using the mouse. Good research, liked the anatomy references. I'm not sure about this. Looks a bit impractical. Why not just have a bigger blade instead? If it's to cut wood, yeah, it's going to be a bit impractical. If it's as a weapon, it could be useful. But what's going to happen is that at some point, this thing is going to be so stressed out because you have force being applied here and force being applied here. So this thing is going to break very soon after a few hits, especially if it takes it to battle. Or it's just going to fall off. So, yeah, I wonder if this would now make more sense. And you could still keep this thing for parrying, because this is a nice element. Like, you can parry a sword very well. A nice gesture. I like it. It's very efficient in economy of the throwing. I love this armor and like all the ornaments. Reminds me of Skyrim, and, like the dwarves culture. This is good. I like how you have contrast of lots of detail here, high frequency details with softer non-detail areas. And from a usability standpoint, like this makes sense as well. This is beautiful. You can draw very well. Better than me, I think. So this is nice as well. There's a lot of story going on here. Better your design sense, because you have to stand out that way. This is nice. Again, better your design sense, because I think this looks too flimsy for the size that this has. And as far as render goes, it's nice, but even AI can render, and AI cannot design. So I want it to stand out by design. Like, this looks a bit too flimsy. It looks a bit too thin. Again, it looks like it could just break any moment. I'm not sure if it's the scale of it. That's, yeah, but a good way to go into discovery here would be to design a specific a thing structure like this that could help you examine how the points from up and down, like something more innovative. Imagine that you are in this archaeology expedition and you are tasked with designing the structure. What's the priority here, and how can you better the research? All right, I cannot. I wish I had the time to go through everything, but I just don't. So thank you so much, Michelle, for turning in your work. We go into the next one, who is Jeff. Jeff from Turkey. A lot of people from Turkey. Try to not have other IPs like Metro and things like that into your portfolio, and have original IPs. This looks cool shape-wise, but try to ground it in with a reptile reference, maybe to design your own. When we're designing dragons, it's best to look at real reference from animals. Again, try not to be influenced by Witcher, bring in something new to the table. The anatomy here, like this head should go down a little bit. This is nice. See, when you are designing from reference, that you actually do have lots of skill. And I would think the best way would be to have reference for these other muddier and less structured things, and then go from there. Like, see, like it looks a lot more structured. Next up, we have Ravid from Brazil. It's going to be a tough to comment because I don't really work with clients like this to do stylized, unfortunately. It looks good. Uh, it would be nice to see where you're getting the reference. Okay, there we go. The backstory, that will be something that I'll honestly try to take out. It would be nice to see how this thing moves because it feels a bit cluttered here. Like, I wonder if it could move better without this part here. And also let that part of the design breathe a bit and round things up more. So everything kind of shares the same kind of circular language. And this part can move that way. So there's this empty space here where things can rotate and stuff. Because otherwise, I'm not sure how it would move. Let me see. This is nice, the whole animation thing. But that's specifically an industry that I never worked with. I mean, I did some internship for an animation studio, but that's it. It would be nice to see you branch out a little bit more. It looks like you have one specific stylized style. There's some sci-fi, but there's some fantasy, but everything has big shapes. Everything has like big, like like over the top. It would be cool to see you do something more grounded. Everything exaggerated. Your industrial design could be better as well. Like this thing does not seem like it could move very well. Like, is that attached together? Because if it is, when you bend the knee, it's gonna look a bit strange. So that's something to take into consideration. Thank you so much for turning into your work. Oh, before I forget, another thing, like try to isolate that because it's unclear to me if I was a 3D artist what this looks like. It's clearly not the same element, and this element is already copyrighted by someone. So it would be nice to have that separate from that concept. So next we have Sonia. Let's see. Struggling, find a job. What's wrong with my portfolio? It's because of the state of the industry. Are my levels too low? State of the industry is definitely one thing. Events professionals struggle to get work. So yes, it's definitely a hard time to get into, and that's one reason I'm doing this. But your skill and portfolio are good. I can tell right away. You have a good sense of shape language here. I love this like sliced hair style. I wish you do that into your own character. I think I've seen this on Vikings, this kind of, at least the actor. I love this triangulation here, this repetition, this empty space framing the character. This is nice. This is good. This is good as well. Like the anatomy is kind of all over the place there. So be careful because the design is good. So just get some reference for that. But this is nice. Like it's very nicely framed. Like the sense of color, how you use color, I like it. This is nice to see as well. Yeah, I like the way you do rhythms. It's cool, like the dog picking through this as well. Yeah, I mean your work's good. Maybe make it more production oriented. As in a turnaround of this. Is that Cristiano Ronaldo? No, anyway, a turnaround of this. Uh, isolate some of these elements, break them down into props, explain them a bit better as if you were to pass them into a 3D artist. Your sense of graphic design is strong. I like the love it, love the body language there. Design changes, this is nice as well. Keep doing what you're doing and keep doing that into different styles than what you already have. It's not like you're not variated enough, but yeah, this is strong work. This is, I think, between this and this, I think this shows more than this. So this is nice, but there's some anatomy inconsistencies there. This is cool as well. As far as tech goes, it's a bit hard for me. I don't quite know if this is a sniper or kind of character this is. Maybe relax gear that will make the character more recognizable for the class. Like if it was a medic, you just slap a cross on it, that would be a start. But what kind of symbols do you have to have there to make it more obvious for any other classes? This is a sweet design. Like the way he runs and then has that thing extruding in a triangle to keep the momentum. That's cool. This is dope. Like it. It might be harder for you to get a job if you don't go to sports studios, think like I don't know, esports, like skate games, runner games, racing games. That could be something that you could look into, and you could branch out your portfolio more into vehicles as well. But yeah, the market's very, very tough right now. It's not you. Try to apply also to indie studios because this is nice. I like your graphic design. There's things obvious that you could work on, like anatomy perspective, but yeah, try to introduce more different topics like vehicle designs, for instance, props, things like that. Adding your references of where you get inspired from this, because it would be nice to see where you get the ideas from, or if you're just copying something else or not. And that's good. Mr. Hong, or is it Miss? I, I don't know. Comes up next from Singapore. Cool. The line drawing looks a bit too tight and muddy there. Like there's lots of dark shadows, and there should not be that much shadow because, like, if the sun's coming in from up, it's hard to think that's so dark there. So be careful with that. If you want to be able to tell forms apart, just have maybe a little line drawing, like maybe like this gentleman does on there, sort of shadow plus line, or in there. Anatomy wise, think that's a bit of a stretch. This shoulder, I think, should be way more protruded here. I think so. And if you want to get the V shape as well. This is a fun element. That's cool. I like this. It kind of gets lost between all the purple, but it works well. I wonder if you can push any shapes further. Oh, you made the cool. That's nice. Sweet, sweet, like the whole project. Cool. When you get some things a little bit muddy, it will be nice to see the reference because at some point, if you pass this to a 3D artist, it's going to get to the point that they don't know what these elements are, and they're just going to make it up, something that they think is cool. And I don't know, maybe put some gold graffiti in there because they think it looks nice or whatever. It's good to explain what things are. Same here for this medallion. I'm not quite sure how it sits there. If it's inlaid or I would advise to look up color theory again, brush it up because things to me seem a bit too muddy, too dark, like almost pure black. It's just like strange. So try to pick a lighting scenario, like either a studio lighting or outside lighting, and follow the value breakup that's there. Because things look a bit made up to me. I'm not sure if you had a reference for this. But everything else is looking nice. Just work on those things. And I especially like the breakdowns of this project that shows the character in the actual game. Elisabetta is up next. We start with some thumbnails. That looks good. Ah, that's nice there. That we see the influence for that. One thing that could be nice would be to add some more room here. If you want to follow the fishiness of it, you know, just she's also like that. A backside view to tell me how that thing sits there would be good. Otherwise, add some element there that puts it into place. Because in there, it's not very clear where this thing rests. Oh, that's cool. One thing I would try to emphasize is like the lack of blood. Maybe things could be looking a bit like that. Yeah. Like as if he's cold, you know, this happens like a transition between reddish to skin color instead of being so abrupt. And these things, be careful, they look like they just can fall off the pocket at any moment. So I'll tighten up a bit better. The boots seem a bit small for such a massive character. It almost looks like they're made out of a little stick. The upper torso is nice, but there's like I'll try to get some reference for the bottom part. This is nice, shows lots of creativity. I like this one a lot. It's nice. It would be good to have some props. Uh, maybe an environment or a mood, or make this character into a scene. Could be explained in the gameplay. Maybe he chases you and you can get the scene, even if it's just a drawing to explain how he acts in the game. And thank you, Elizabeth. That's very, very cool of a portfolio. Next up, we have Yoli Tamayo from Spain. Character design is the focus. Let me see. Generalist profile, environments, props. Okay. Okay. So I get the sense of what you're trying to do. These are cool. Okay, first off, I like the reference. This is very, very important. I'll add even more, maybe this one thing here, what it is, and this here. The reason was, as I explained in other portfolio reviews, is that if the 3D artist doesn't know what that is, they will just add something that they think looks cool, like, I don't know, some kind of like hat or winter hat, and it might not be what you wanted. So over explain things more often than not is good. I like the whole vibe you get going here with the way things read visually. Let me just get rid of this. So right now you have like these things pointing up, and this as well. There's a lot of stripes here, which makes it nice. And even here, this is kind of stripish, and here as well. So that's good. I wonder, for the sake of silhouette, if things could be pushed further, almost like it's those Adidas Kanye West Wheezy clothes, like those oversized. It's not quite, but I think you get the sense. Just so things look a bit more triangular and fierce, which also makes a nice repetition with this triangle here, and then we have a different one here. Be careful just tucking those there. It looks like they could fall if he runs. I'm not very sure what's happening here. It could be nice to have that explained. Uh, let's see. This is a nice storytelling detail, but I'm worried that it distracts a bit from the focal point, which should be here. So I wonder if you could not have that kind of paint in here as well somewhere. That's the wrong color. And even makes a breakup, like there's yellow, there's other stuff, there's yellow again. Maybe here as well. Or think about adding yet another color, especially in a focal point. Things look a bit muddy to me here. Like, okay, we have a warm shadow. Um, oh, but this is a nice set of characters. Oh, design changes. This is good. It's nice to see your thought process, and it's nice to see that you experiment through these more generic solutions you think at first, and you use reference, but then you did not stop there, and you like, yeah, this is nice. It's a nice, well-researched character, and you're using the reference, it's not using your Gopnik aesthetic. Yeah, that's cool. And I like the graphic design here. Just a thought on graphic design, the presentation, maybe. You know, yeah, I like it. It's very in here. You saw that quite a lot better. Like there's red here near the focal point, and the red in the hands. Like that's a nice touch. For her job as a sniper, I wonder if she could carry some kind of stabilizer, some kind of ammo, more things other than if you take a sniper rifle away, is she still a sniper? You know, like what other motives do symbol a sniper? Could it be that she brings some kind of camo with her? I'm not sure. Or if there's any benefit that she has a camo suit. Uh, Again, I have to research the needs of a sniper. But if you were to talk to her as a sniper and you ask her, hey, what do you need to make your job easier? What would she tell you? What kind of things would this character tell you that she wants you to design for her to make her job easier and add them there? Um, Headphones, maybe like noise suppressors, some kind of site amplifier. Again, this is subject to research, but that's where That's where the work is, to make something more innovative from a design point of view rather than an art and look visual development point of view. For instance, I know, I think it was Black Light Retribution when I was playing that game. There's a sniper there. I know it's a different context, but the way they did that, it's not this one. Okay, the mech arm kind of stabilizes the the recoil, so that could be a nice touch. But that's not even what I came here for. There used to be an helmet that had only one eye, so that could be like obviously something a gunslinger would use. But that's a great foundation. I love this character. Taser glove. So it spikes and is a taser. Damn. It looks a bit, to me it feels a bit too much. Like if you can guillotine someone, what's the point of tasing them? You know? Maybe there is a point. I don't know, but that's just something that to give you as food for thought. It's nice that you design the shapes and plan in advance. Not lots of people plan it. I see it's a common pitfall. This is cool. They still have flashes of white between the dark. It's cool as well. Nice color. Oh, this is nice. This is very, very cool. This is very, very cool. Love it. I love the trigger. Yeah. One challenge. Okay, you made this in Clip Studio. Okay, if it was 3D, I would advise you to make a mock-up of it. And it's not art. I'll show you. I think it was Filippo. Yes. So presentation. If you happen to know 3D, work a bit on your presentation. Design-wise, things are good. I like your sense of repetition. Uh, Depending on who this guy is, I wonder if it makes sense. Because it seems like a centurion to me, like the helmet reminds me of it. So I wonder if, you know, or something like that to cow the things up here and have this contrast of warm to cold colors. These are nice designs. I would advise maybe isolating the props more, so you have prop designs also to show. Get rid of your older work. It's a bit unclear to me what this place is. If it's, okay, a dark ritual, but is this a church or what kind of place is this? Yeah, fire. So work on that. I think you could benefit from 3D as well, especially on the art surface stuff, but you're doing good. And if maybe doing some character um, design, but more like design in a way that, let me see if I can find some references. about having a conversation with your characters to see what kind of ways you could push them further, but also how could you push their personality further? For instance, this guy here looks like he could be an owner of a medieval inn, and even if he's not, you could see why I think that's right. Um, this here could be like the kid from class that is really harmless but gets some bullying, maybe it's not, but you can see why I think that's right. And it's about manipulating the perception of how people think about people when they see them and having that in your designs. And I think that small 10% of character design is just going to push you in ways that you're really going to stand out. And thank you for sending in your work. So next up, we have Julia. Okay, so there's some graphic design there. Starts by this. This is cool. One thing, I mean, it's obvious you know the foundation and fundamentals of cinematography, and you're making things work, and you understand narrative design. I would advise you to push the cinematography a little bit, such as perspective, things like that. Alex Mandrachev is a good reference. Let's see it. I think his work for, I think Spider-Man was what stand out the most on that sense. Or is it the recent ones? No. Spider-Man. Maybe I'm going way too far. So let's just pick any. You see, there's a sense of flow there, sense of movement. Like she's stopping and she's going away. And the perspective as well is like a worm's eye view, and it's like almost a 3 or 4 point perspective. See, even the shapes here, like coming in from both sides, like signaling movement. In here too, you can see someone's carrying someone away. There's movement in the frame. Even here, if it's static, there's movement like in the fire, like separates both. Here too, like everyone's going some way, but they're divided by these things. So try to think of the symbology of the elements in the frame like you're doing, but how to disposition them in ways using perspective to tell the story and push it further. Because set design and set dressing so far is good. This is good. Like there's a clear sense of continuity between the people that live here and the environment. That's great job there. Sense of scale is nice. I'll try to use 3D as well for architecture stuff. This is very different, but same. Like there's. Don't be afraid to push perspective. Experiment with angles. One thing I do is like about 20 thumbnails of different crazy perspectives and film studies before I actually commit. to one thing. But that is it. Thank you so much, Julia. Next up, we have Jack. Currently employed as art director. Guys, this is for juniors, but since we're here, the graffiti here are a bit, it's a nice touch, but try to, everything is kind of like occupying the same space, sort of like big elements, small elements, you know. And one thing with graffiti sometimes is like, just goes like that because they want to take space. Graffiti artists are like, this is my space. And someone else comes and like, screw you, this is my space. You know, things like that. And don't add graffiti, just add it as a way to push the wall further. Studies, I'll keep them out. It looks kind of like a student portfolio. The carving in the wood is nice. Nice. Right now, it kind of looks like it's going about to break. This is a nice exploration. It'd be nice to see where you get the reference and your thought process as well. This is cool. So for these months of shade, when I was in Morocco, there are things like this all over because it's a very warm climate. And for this much shade, I would expect more people on the street and markets and things like that happening because why else there's this much shade there? Oh, unless this. Yeah, for sure. This is a nice thing here to suggest level design. I want, yeah, this is very good. Like platforms, it kind of makes me want to go there and explore and play the game and see if I can get to the other side. Maybe some more foreground elements here help separate things. You know what I mean? I like how that is slanted, but the material could use some material variation there. Like everything seems like it was made out of the same wood, which is logical, but like value-wise as well, it's kind of looking like it's wall worn evenly. I wonder if could have some more tinted wood somewhere, or some wood that's a bit more rotten. You don't need to do a lot, just a little bit. You know. And it's also unclear to me what is it you want to frame here in the picture. Not sure where to look at. Is this the focal point? Or is this a focal point? Or is this? Like it's a bit unclear to me. You're welcome. Thank you so much for turning in your work as well. And now we have Vahid. This is a nice graphic design. I think you could cut this part out and you could make this bigger in the frame. So Like that. This here looks a bit too just sitting there. It would be nice to see some kind of volume differences that already makes a difference, you know? Same for the rest. Don't just lay the elements, think about them in 3D. This looks a bit weak to hold such a big belt. And I wonder if we could have a different material so things look like they're tighter together, or that they're stronger actually. Is a nice element. I like the golds. I feel there's a bit too much detail on some areas, but overall, I like the red here, like frames things well. This reads well. Again, there's a lot of empty space here. You have a good sense of composition. Yep, yep. I'd love to see the research and the reference so I could see your thought process. That looks a bit too grotesque and gory. I would no. Do not add this into your portfolio unless you're applying for a game like Doom or something like that. Because there's a lot in games that you cannot show. If you notice, you never see the gore and the blood and the actual guts in most games because that's just free violence. That's it's really it's not it's very hard to make appealing, you know. And we're doing entertainment design. If you add, yeah, it could be good to add more of this without that, so you could look like you're selling the weapons too. It's kind of hard for me to see how that would cut. It's very, very big as well, almost like a giant sword. But your drawing skills are good. Your research as well just needs some fine tuning for games and some more different um, deliverables. Like maybe you could have more uh, environments about these projects and props because it's very much centric on characters. Next up, we have Stella. Well, I'm not sure what to comment here. It's very good. You do the whole thing from hortos to expressions to movement. This is nice. Maybe you could brush up on cinematography. Like the 1 point perspective here is making things kind of flat. So I wonder if we could see this from this third quarter view, if it would not be better, or if you find that this kind of flatter perspective would add into this scene. I want to like think what would make this scene more emotional because that's what's happening there. Is this the right perspective? Would it be maybe it's her point of view looking up to her and seeing the tears come down, running down to camera as if she's the camera? Would that add to it? Would that not? Then why? Like I wonder, like this kind of one point perspective to me is like just makes things flat. That's all. But you have a strong visual development library and sense. It just the perspective tends to be flat. I would advise you to explore different perspectives. Maybe learn a bit of 3D if you don't know it yet, and experiment how to put characters into scene. Um, Learn Squared as a good course with one of the Spider-Verse artists. So I look up to that. But yeah, everything else is very production oriented, like for animation. If you like to get into games or something, I would, yeah, make, even if stylized, describe the materials that these are made of so the 3D artist could model them better and be more informed about it. But it's very good. I can tell I can tell the feelings that you want to portray, and that's very strong in visual communication here. So keep doing what you're doing, but maybe try to at least think if there's any other way that you can portray this emotion better that you're already doing. You don't have to change anything. You just amplify what you're doing further. So next up, let's go with Alex. This guy looks massive. Can you walk with these things? So that's why I'd like to see the research here, like the references you looked there, because I'm not sure. I don't think so. So be careful about that. But this whole thing is nice that you're adding this. It's nice that you're having adventure design variations, but I'd love to see why this samurai is an adventure instead of this. Like I'd love to for him to have traveler backpacks as well, or else he's just samurai, not an adventure. I'd love to see elements of this guy combined with this guy, with this guy, with this guy. So you kind of design the character to go on this journey, this specific one that we're seeing. These mountains are massive. Like I'm not sure if that's on purpose, but if that's the horizon line, like this is like I don't know skyscraper more. Yeah, that's be careful about that. It also makes it so uh, if you get a little bit of it, that you can focus a lot more on this. That's cool. That's nice. It could be good to get some, how do you say it, unexpected things here, like maybe different rocks, rock breakups, something like that. Because everything looks very linear, very just places there, like very even. Uh, and nature is very much random at times, most times. So big rock next to small rocks, things like that. Maybe some rocks here on the side. uh, Maybe the clouds could be designed as well to frame this thing a little bit better. Just a thought. think Studio Ghibli does that a lot. Like it frames a building in clouds. But the narrative design is there. Like this is nice there. This is super, super cool. It's rare to see in a portfolio. This shows a lot of dedication there. It's very cool. I wonder why the altar is not up, as in that if you went all this way up to the mountain, it would make sense to go even further up for the altar, to as in you were ascending to heaven, you know, like you're climbing your way up the altar. So I wonder if you could, if that's something that you think makes sense. Again, I already touched on these things and this specific design. That's cool. That's moody. I love this, like this kind of like gameplay stuff, but it's also story stuff. Play that up, like seriously, on your environment designs. And this is a nice shot as well. I love your architecture shots. That's very useful. So keep doing what you're doing, but mostly focus on that thing that comment that I gave you about the character. Try to design the character for the journey instead. Like it feels like it could have other elements to support it. Do we have someone else? I wonder. I think we're up to the last person. Oh yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, that's Manus. Nice stuff. I wonder, since we're imagining things so much, if that language could be pushed further. So you have this thing reading up there, this thing reading here, this reading here, and this here, which is fine. And I wonder if that could be even further up, you know, to make it more menacing. And spread that thing out with some leftover airs there as well. And some kind of coats, I'm not sure. It's nice that he's collecting these things. And I wonder if we could have a necklace as well to emphasize that thing. The lace could go beyond or below the thing there. Right now, what's bothering me is that this is a focal point. It's probably not too bad, but I wonder if we can get more of that there. Some kind of design variation here to frame the composition more. Get that drapery up. Okay, just ideas. Because this is very good as it is on its own. Love it. I mean, it's a study, but I love it. Probably not good to have in a portfolio. I don't feel this is as strong as your other monster. It's a bit confusing to me what's happening here. This is a hand, it's kind of foot. So it'd be nice to see a breakdown of character design on like sketches and references, so I understand what I'm looking at. Because as a cinematic shot, it's like I come in out of context. It's like you come in mid conversation out of context with someone and you're trying to figure out what were what was it they were saying. This is cool. Uh, it takes me back to a cartoon I used to watch as a kid. I feel like this one has a lot more appeal than the one at the end. Like these shapes here have a breakup in silhouettes. That's way, way cool. And this here, like the arms, the V shape, that's way, way cool. This looks like an assassin. This is more a tank. And these are cool. But like, and these ones are not bad if realism was the thing and you were trying to focus on realism. But I think that a lot of it was lost and could be brought back, especially on those things. And in here as well, I'm not sure what this is, but play with shape a little bit more. Shape size and overlap as well. Let me see those sketches. Yeah, these are cool. I love this. Could have done some variation here on the bottom and not just up. Like the metals here look like they were 3D printed together. You know what I mean? So make them a bit looser than tighter. But I like the vibe. I like the whole thing. I think the cuter nose would have been a better option because he's already quite dark and something more like akin to that. Something more going, you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to find a reference now. I was wanting to find a reference in Photopash it there. But yeah, something more like what you had in the reference, I think would look less menacing and therefore more entertaining because it's nice to do things in contrast. When you have something dark, uh, to have something lighthearted next to it, it's kind of like those weapons from Die Antwoord, where Yolandi was carrying a Uzi, but then she had Hello Kitty stickers on their gun. It's kind of like, it's dark and light-hearted into one thing. The same thing here with shape, and this is also interesting character shape-wise. And then it kind of got lost there. Like, see this volume here, this tank-like volume, then it gets flatter there. I'm not sure what's happening with your designs. Like the sketches have a lot of vibe and life. And then when it gets to refinement, they're kind of lost. They can like get flatter. But those are good characters. They're good designs. Maybe you have too many studies for a concept artist portfolio. I'll take some out and focus on that. But these are nice designs. Just keep doing what you're doing and focus on that, improving that. So that's it. Thank you so much. That was helpful for you. And some of you guys, a lot of you actually started to ask about the mentorships. You can go to my website, store. It's kind of hidden in there because I don't promote it as much. But you go into courses or just type mentorships as a portfolio review, which is a lot more in depth than the one I've done. It's like 1 hour long, more or less, and you have like homework and follow-ups just for you. And there's the concept art program mentorship. You can choose which quantity and price you'd like. You have up to 700, which is like full-time mentorship, and down to 200, which is like a lighter mentorship. And that's basically it. If you have any questions, thank you for sending in your great work. And yeah, see you around.